Good morning. I'm audible. Am I visible? Yes? Great. Thank you. We'll be starting the next 1 to 2 minutes. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We'll wait 2 to 3 minutes and then we'll begin. Waiting for everybody to join in. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm good. I hope all of you are also doing extremely well. Some of you, it's my second interaction. For some of you, it's my first interaction. So, equally excited to start this journey. Right. For the people who already joined in, who has never seen me, who's never taken my classes, I remember the names, so I know who are previously with me. For the first time, you are having the classes, first class itself, or first interaction with Byju's exam prep. Anyone? My first class. My first class. Soumya, very good. Shavik, first class. Mohammad, Deepika, Vinita, Gyan, Aryan. Now everybody is writing. This is going to be a standard protocol. You have to be much more interactive with me in class. Yeah, now a whole flurry of people in my first class. Very good. Can't even take the names at the pace it is coming. Okay, good to see you all. A very warm welcome to Byju's exam prep. We'll figure it out together. Okay. So for anybody who's here for the first time, good morning and welcome. And if you've previously met me, again, good morning and good to see you again. So what we start today is modern India. It's a long journey you have with me with regards to modern India. We'll start today on 11th April and we'll end on 15th of May after completing first is modern India and then post independence. I'll tell you everything. Don't have to worry with regards to what is the syllabus, what is the book list, what to do, what not to do, and what is the basic structure of what we are doing here. But before I start, generally, the first and foremost point you need to know is that history in UPSC is actually not one subject, but 6 different subjects, which is that you have ancient, one second. Yes. You have ancient, you have medieval, you have modern, you have art and culture, you have world history, and you have post independence. And today we will start our journey with regards to modern India and post independence. I'll be teaching you each of these components, be it ancient, medieval, art and culture, or world history, or post independence and modern. We are here doing modern and post independence. But also there is a difference. I'll introduce myself, Gorli, don't worry. I first want you to introduce you to the subject first. The 6 subjects don't have the same purpose also, wherein ancient and medieval is only PT, prelims examination. Modern and art and culture is prelims examination plus mains examination. And world history and post independence is only mains. Is only mains. So, very simply, we are doing this first because it is one of the most important components of your preparation. At least 5 to 10 questions will be coming from modern India in prelims examination. And over and above that, you also have at least 2 to 3 questions, including post independence, 4 questions in the mains examination. So it's considered one of the most important parts of history generally, equally as important as art and culture, which I will do with you separately when we'll be discussing with regards to ancient medieval art and culture, because there needs to be a certain continuity with regards to that in that area. Now, for anybody who is here for the first time, hasn't ever met me, my name is Abhishek Mishra. And just to tell you in what hands you are in, so that you understand the process and trust the whole process generally. So I've been doing now history for close to a decade, more than a decade rather, to be precise, 12 to 13 years. I started my BA honors in Sri Venkateshwara College, Delhi University. I'm a throughout Delhi University alumnus. So I did my BA honors in history from Delhi University, Sri Venkateshwara College. I was a university topper of my batch in history. Thereafter, I went for my master's in history in St. Stephen's College, again, Delhi University. Again, I'm the university topper with regards to my master's. Then I did my MPhil in the Department of History under a very towering figure, Dr. Uh, Professor Amar Faruqi. And my specialization in my MPhil was basically Portuguese and English history. And I'm a specialist of Goan and generally what is called Bombay or Western Coast history, and wherein we discussed administrative technologies and administrative apparatus in that area. And as of right now, I am working on my PhD in history itself. And under that, I'm again working under Dr. Faruqi. And the title of my PhD is Colonial Bureaucratic Apparatus, Colonial Bureaucratic Apparatus, and Nationalism, wherein the ICS, how it responded to the nationalistic pressures and push and pull, is what I'm writing about and I'm researching about. And it's now been close to 12, 13 years doing this. And throughout my journey, I've tried to study and always taught history in a way which makes it more interactive and interesting. But that is not just the case. Before joining Byju's, I have taught 6 years in Delhi University as an assistant professor. So if you are from Delhi University, you may know these colleges. The last appointment was the Hindu College, Delhi University. Before that, I taught in Khalsa, in Kamla Nehru, in briefly in LSR, in Satyavati and College of Vocational Studies. So 6 years I've been teaching academic history, and then I came here. And throughout that period, as much as I was teaching with regards to academic history, I was also mentoring students for UPSC. So I know what I'm saying, and trust the PPTs and the material I'm giving you, because there's a lot of misinformation in the internet, or what we call as the public domain itself. So that is about me. That basically very simply, the journey you are going to go with me is not based on conjecture. It is not based on random facts. It's all the 12 years of experience I bring in. And therefore, I try to make sure that your modern India is conceptually clear because of the mains aspect. Because there are questions with regards to mains, wherein the questions are going to be a little bit more theoretical. So you would have to understand. So for anybody who's from the science stream, or comes from the engineering background, or for commerce or anything, don't worry, we'll start at a level at which you understand, and we'll go to a level where you start to become a specialist yourself. There are 3 basic rules in my class. First, that I from time to time ask you if you are following me, if it's making sense or not. Therein, I need your feedback. Yes, you need to write yes, or you need to give me a thumbs up that yes, I am following. Then only I move to the next section. Second is that you can always ask me to repeat. There's no issue with regards to that. If you're paying attention, it did not make sense, I'll repeat. And third is there's no right and wrong question. You can ask me any question. I'll see to it that your question is answered. There is an SME here, the subject member expert, who is there to answer all your questions. If I'm teaching and you're answering a question, they will also answer, and I will also look at, I can see your comments here. I have one preview there, so I know what is happening on the screen. So if there's any issue, I can know that. And second is the chat section. I can see what you are saying, so don't worry with regards to that. And last but not the least, that I don't want you to make running notes. I just want you to concentrate in class, because when you start to make running notes, which is to start to write, what is going to happen is you're going to start to look down more rather than towards the screen, and then it will become from interactive class into a radio, and that is not the purpose here. And so I hope that these basic rules and regulations, or rather we'll say agreement or conditions, are acceptable to everybody. If it is, we'll move into what we have to discuss, the syllabus and the book list and other things related to it. Yes, Vinita, in a way, I'm making notes for you in the PPT itself. And further, the simple point is that this PPT is not out of one source, but at least 7 sources. And throughout this module by module, when I go, I will be modulating between levels. Sometimes I'll be teaching you at NCRT level, sometimes I'll reach you or teach you at a level with regards to academic level, sometimes I'll be in between that. So wherever I think I need to give you a certain amount of understanding, I'll do that. And the basic point of the matter is, just have to concentrate and understand. So very simply, if you are going to make notes, you are not going to concentrate. If you still have a urge to scribble, sure. But I am not asking you to make notes. I am not actually asking you to make notes. You are here to understand. And as it is, the PPT is going to come to you after the session itself. So you don't have to worry in that regard. So very simply, understand and conceptualize everything what we are doing in class. Now, the structure of the class is going to be very simple. I teach in 3 phases. First, I'll give you the basic understanding. Then we'll go into the PPT. And then we will summarize everything, so that in the same class you are learning and revising with me twice. So even before you leave this session, these 3.5 hours, I will make sure that you have revised multiple times, and I will repeat myself even if you don't say. So my task is, before you leave at 9:30, you basically understand the gist of what we are discussing. Now, if all of this is clear, then I'll move into the first most important discussion. What is the syllabus? What does it say? Yes, great, perfect. So I'll be expecting this basic feedback loop from you, where we basically go together, knowing that we are following each other. As it is in an online platform, this is the way we operate. Okay, perfect. So first point, what does the prelims examination syllabus say about our basic syllabus with regards to modern India? Now, UPSC has always been very clear in what it wants, which is to be more ambiguous and as vague as possible. So in the prelims examination, it generally says history of India and the Indian national movement. Now, very simply, history of India includes ancient, medieval, art and culture, in a way, everything. But they are very specific to the Indian national movement. Now, this means that whilst in the history of India, everything comes through, they are concentrating, or they will be concentrating on a certain period, which is Indian national movement. Can anybody tell me what is the period of the Indian national movement? Generally, come on. Indian national movement, what is the starting point? 1970. 1857, 1858, 18. Yes, very good, Chaitanya. Perfect. See, the students who are writing 1857, the national movement is 1885 to 1947. And I'll tell you why 1857 does not become part of the larger national movement, because its nature is rather what we call as the concept of restorative rebellion. When we'll discuss 1857, we'll talk about that. We start with the formation of the INC. Once the Indian National Congress has been formed in 1885, we believe that the national movement has now taken its basic fold and basic organization is there. We'll talk about that. So don't have to be sorry. There's no right and wrong answers, or don't have to be sorry in any way or form. You just have to interact and understand with me. So very simply, UPSC is concentrating on this 1885 to 1947 period. On the other hand, this period is vague. There's no starting point, there's no end point. So we'll figure that out in ancient India. Where do we start and where do we end? But our discussion today will actually begin with something ending, and that is the decline of the Mughals. And I'll tell you how the modules are in a way structured. I'll give you the whole structure of that. Now, the second question would be, what is the book list? What is the book list? What do you need to read? What are the books? $1 million question. A lot of students have this question. What about books? Herein, very simply, Bipin Chandra, History of Modern India. This book you would have received from us. This is basically the old NCRT, republished by Orient Black Swan in the form of this book called History of Modern India. I will, when I go into a certain rhythm and you are also following what we are doing, I'll tell you what are the basic chapters on which you need to concentrate. This whole book you don't have to read. But what I want you to do read is the new NCRT 8th class and 12th class part 3. This is 8th class and 12th class part 3, not 8th to 12th. I'm asking you to read 8th and 12th. And basically these two books are not even for learning, but actually for revision. Your basic structure with regards to how you go forward is going to be PPT plus NCRT and then Bipin Chandra. Then Bipin Chandra. And why am I saying this? Because the PPT is made out of, as I said, multiple sources. You have parts of Shekhar Bandyopadhyay, you have parts of Sumit Sarkar, even Metcalf and Metcalf. It includes parts of NCRT. It includes other Ishita Banerjee Dubey and all. So the what you get in the PPT is not these sources, but much higher than that. And what I want you to do is to concentrate on the PPT as the foundation. It becomes like your notes itself. It is written in notes fashion itself. And thereafter, we go to NCRTs for revision. And I'll give you a strategy on how to revise and how to understand everything. And Bipin Chandra is the last thing which you read once you've understood the PPTs and the NCRT itself. Danish, this is only for modern India. This is only for modern India. When we'll talk about ancient medieval art and culture, I'll tell you the books which are there for that. You can read the PPT plus NCRT is minimum. Third book, whatever you like. Kiru, you can use any book. Third book, a revision book, you can any. That is totally your call. Some people like Tamil Nadu board, some people like Spectrum, some people like something. That is totally your call. But you can't skip the PPT and the NCRT. So I want you to agree with me here that very simply PPT plus NCRT is the bare minimum which needs to be done. Other than that, Bipin Chandra and any other book you want to substitute it with is totally your call in that regard. Yes, is this enough for UPSC? Don't worry, you can write any mains answer from the PPT itself. Don't have to worry in that. We don't have to actually even go anywhere. You just trust the material. I will do previous year questions with you. You will automatically see that any question can be written. See, as it is, mains questions are theoretical. The more factual questions can be done with the PPT plus NCRT combo itself. So $1 million question, what about books? Don't worry about books. That is the only thing I will say to you. Don't worry about books. Ancient medieval art and culture, I'll tell you separately. Class 10th NCRT is not for, you're talking about an old NCRT, class 10, that is itself Bipin Chandra. So don't have to worry with regards to that. How to make notes for revision? I will be teaching you through timelines. And that's a very specific feature of how I teach. Basically, I'll be giving you multiple timelines in class. And I will tell you how to use those timelines to revise. And as it is, those timelines will become a basic basis for you vis-a-vis how we go forward and how you revise. So don't have to worry with regards to that. Yes. See, Shravani, if you are covering Bipin Chandra, then you're automatically covering 1986 series of NCRT. So, ironically, R.S. Sharma, Bipin Chandra, and and Satish Chandra, all three wrote the 1986 NCRTs, and they republished it in the form of Orient Black Swan, Medieval India, Ancient India, and the History of Modern India. So don't worry, if you're covering that book, you're automatically covering old NCRT. Do you need to make running notes? You don't have to. I will tell you what you need to make if you need to. You need to understand this. Ancient medieval art and culture, separate discussion. It's a totally different type of discussion because that is not based on NCRTs. We have to go to Nitin Singhania in that case and certain other configurations. So don't have to. We'll discuss about modern India here. We'll concentrate on modern India here. I'll tell you the way we divide modern India and how many classes. Don't worry about that. Are we clear with regards to books? Then I move to the module coverage and how many questions come in the examination. Yes, if there's any issue with anyone, just refresh. It should automatically become clear. Okay, perfect. Now, how many questions come in the examination with regards to mains and prelims? See, in prelims, on an average, you will see 5 to 10 questions from modern India. Total 20 to 25 questions can come in. Modern India is not, yes, it's pre-independence. Yes. I'll tell you the time period also. Don't worry in that regard. How is it separate from ancient medieval? I will tell you that also. Don't worry. Just be patient. There's a way I will take you step by step. Don't worry. 5 to 10 questions comes in the prelims examination with regards to modern. Total history questions modulate between 20 to 25. Can go as low as 16, can go high as up as 25. And in the mains examination from freedom movement and post independence together, you can expect again 3 to 4 questions. In 2022 there were basically 4 questions, modulates between 2 to 4 questions, but that is not the point. The point is, we'll discuss all these previous year questions, we'll discuss everything. The basic point is, can you leave modern India? And the answer to that question is no. Don't commit suicide by basically leaving modern India, because there's already an urge, and there are certain people on certain platforms who say that leave this, leave that, do this, do that. When you are in the beginning of your preparation, you don't become a utilitarian, or you don't become something like, I'm going to only do this, I'm going to only do that, I'm going to, no. Cover everything. It should not be a problem. It should not be a problem. And we'll figure it out. Don't worry. And very simply, questions are enough to be relevant for your preparation. Now, one of you asked me a very interesting question, which is that how do we divide in history generally? See, when we talk about Indian history, the way it gets divided is that from 2 million BCE. And when I will discuss ancient medieval with you, I'll tell you what this BCE and CE means. As of right now, just assume that till 750 is considered as ancient India. We'll have a very comprehensive discussion with regards to ancient when we'll do ancient. From 750 to 1206 and then 1707. From 1750 to 1206, it's called early medieval. And because of the certain political formations and their features, it is basically based on the concept of fragmented polity, feudatory politics. We'll discuss that separately. Then 1206 is the establishment of Delhi Sultanate. From 1206 CE to 1707 CE is called medieval. And today we start our journey. We will first traverse this period from 1707 to 1757. This is called early modern. And thereafter, from 1757 to 1947, it's called modern India. It's called modern India. So this is the basic division. What is the difference being that ancient India is more about Maurya, Gupta. It's the formation of all political and social institutions in India with regards to how the Varna system, with regards to how first religion, Buddhism, Jainism, Gupta, post-Gupta politics thereafter. Early medieval becomes 750 to 1206, basically discussion of Harshvardhan, Chalukyas, Pallavas, Pala, Pratihara, Rashtrakuta, and Cholas. Then we move into Delhi Sultanate and Mughal India, the two major formations with Vijayanagara, Bahmani, the rise of Sikhism and Marathas. And thereafter, 17, this is the whole period we cover in the next 24 classes. In the next 20, technically 21 plus 3, I will tell you how. 24 classes we cover from early modern to modern. Early modern is the period in which UPSC, not UPSC, but the British technically finds its roots in India. And thereafter, from 1757 to 1947, is when it starts to become more and more what we call as entrenched, and we'll discuss what is colonialism. It becomes a colonialistic phase. As of right now, just assume BCE and CE, because that needs a certain amount of discussion with regards to the concept of time. And time is a man-made concept, and basically BCE and CE is used in the Gregorian calendar, the calendar we follow today, which is Common Era and before Common Era, as a concept of division of time. But that is trust me, we'll have a very good 45 minutes discussion on it. But right now, just assume it. Sai and Starly, assume it. I will have a discussion with you about it, but not here in ancient medieval art and culture, wherein I need to give you that context itself. Just assume that you are in 1707. That's it. That is it. Don't have to complicate it that much. Now, what is colonialism? I will discuss it with you. Don't worry. So everybody is following. We've discussed basically what is the syllabus, what is the basic structure of questions, how many questions come, what are the books. Now I want to basically discuss how do we divide our own modules. How do we divide our own modules? And this is after this we enter into the course itself. We divide our modules into 21 plus 3, in the sense that 21 modules are there for modern India, and thereafter 3 modules are there for post-independence. Post-independence, 3 modules is enough for 1 question in the what we call as mains examination. Modern India is the more important part. So we start today on 11th, finish on 15th May. And every weekday in the morning, you'll be seeing me at 6 o'clock. And we'll go from 6 to 9:30. In between, I'll give you a break at 7:30ish. That we'll see where we need to. I can see to it when you start to lose focus. So I'll try to give you a break when you are starting to lose focus, so that you can eat something or have a little bit of breakfast. So 10 minutes I'll give you. Not more than that, but 10 minutes as it is. Now, this whole syllabus, we cover in, how do we cover in 21 modules? See, the first 2 modules are basically based on the Mughal decline and called advent of Europeans. And you will see that there's a specific logic I follow with regards to the syllabus. It's like a simple building block, and how colonialism begins and ends. It's a very simple, logical way in which we are going to cover this syllabus. Then after we've done advent of Europeans, there are 2 modules which will cover basically the expansion of the British, specifically the East India Company. We'll discuss Anglo-Maratha, the concept of, and don't worry about dates. I will not teach you through dates. I will give you a trick. So history is actually not about dates. There's a major myth with regards to that. History is more about concepts than actually dates. Don't worry about that. Though I will give you basic dates, you need to remember that you can obviously not ignore, but I will give you an alternative to that also, what you can do. So when we'll discuss expansion of the British, we'll discuss Anglo-Maratha, the concept of Anglo-Mysore, Carnatic, Bengal, Anglo-Sikh. So basically, we'll talk about how they started to expand in the Indian subcontinent. And we'll also discuss the regional dynasties which came in, which are called successor states, and the concept of rebel states. We'll have a discussion with regards to that also. Once we've established the British, we will go into what is called one module on consolidation. Consolidation. And consolidation would technically be the police, the judiciary, the ICS, the army generally. And here I'll give you one of my, Anglo means English. I'll give you one of my own articles on the police, which will give you a comprehensive understanding of policing history itself. Then further, once we've consolidated, we'll go into two very important modules, which is called economic history. Economic history is basically from land revenue settlement to commercialization to deindustrialization to basically the concept of the drain of wealth. And we'll discuss, I'll create a certain chain of thought there. Basically, all of them are interconnected, and we'll discuss that. Once we've done with economic history, we will shift our focus to socio, not socio, but first one small module is going to be there on education policy, and then constitutional history. So we'll discuss constitutional history in two parts. We'll discuss it first vis-a-vis 1773 to 1857, and then separately. Thereafter, Santosh, don't worry, I'll give you enough mind maps so that you become overwhelmed. Don't worry about that. First, very simply, I have that methodology. I will give you enough to learn. Don't worry about that. Enough for you to understand. Don't worry in regards to that. Then two modules, socio-religious reform. Then one module on what is called peasant and tribal movements. And then we'll come to the halfway point, which is the revolt of 1857. Once we come to revolt of 1857, which is halfway, we will then go into a separate discussion altogether, and we'll pivot to the national movement. And when we pivot to the national movement, we'll cover it basically period by period. So one will be 1885 to 1905. Then it will be 1905 to 1915. Then 1915 to 1919. Then we'll discuss Gandhi here. We'll discuss the Swadeshi movement. And with regards to the Home Rule League and everything, we'll discuss moderates, extremists, everything here. Then we'll move from 1919 and go till 1925-26. Then we'll discuss from 1926 till go till 34. Then 1935 to 40, 1940 to 47. Basically, this is how we cover it. I will discuss why these dates are important with you. Generally, why have I written it in this sequence? Don't worry about that. Everything you will understand, but very simply, 21 modules cover everything. I have one miscellaneous module with regards to governor generals, the Congress, what is called sessions and their presidents, and the newspapers, journals. I'll give you enough so that you don't have to go anywhere else. If you will actually read the PPTs, you don't have to go to any other book, be it Spectrum also. You don't even need to pick up Spectrum. Just have to revise the PPTs, and everything will automatically get covered. So 21 modules cover like this, and then 3 modules are going to be basically the concept of first is going to be partition, and we'll discuss the concept of partition and integration of princely states. Second module is linguistic reorganization, official language controversy. Third is regional inequality and wars. We will discuss. That is going to be the last 24th class you have with me with regards to post independence, completing everything. So very simply, don't worry. Modules are made in a certain logic. Don't have to even copy the PPTs, just have to revise them. Now, I'll tell you one thing very, very straightforward. Any student who is copying the PPT again is wasting his time or her time, because PPT is already written in notes fashion. So you don't have to note it down again. Your time is precious. So don't have to waste it in copying the same thing which is already written. Yes, I will teach post-independence also. I teach all history, ancient, medieval, art and culture, post-independence, world history, everything I will do with you. So if all of this makes sense, though module coverage is not your problem, but it's my understanding of how we go about it. If everything makes sense, let us then start our discussion with modern India. Yes, you can copy annotated PPT, the timelines, that's it, nothing more. Okay. There is enough from the PPTs and the reference books to remember and learn. Don't worry about that. Is this PPT and NCRT enough for 2024? Yes, it is. Yes, great. Everyone's ready? Come on. We can start our discussion. Everybody's awake. Everybody's pumped up. Come on. Okay, great. So our discussion starts. How to prepare notes, I will tell you that, but don't, as of right now, don't have to worry about that also. Okay. Now, our story starts, and we are starting module number 1. Module number 1 is basically Mughal decline. And so don't see, a lot of you are telling me, sir, I'm from science background, I'm from this background, that background. I see, I know there's a fear of this subject. Somehow there's a fear of this subject. Leave it to me. I'll I'll ask you the same question once we reach the 24th class. Then I will ask you that, do you still have a problem with this subject? Just trust the process. And you will see it's not about facts, it's not about dates, it's more about understanding. And that is my job. Don't worry with regards to that. Okay, now, so module number 1, we start today. And our discussion begins with regards to Mughal decline. Now, Mughals technically are not part of modern India, but are part of medieval and early modern. Now, from Babar to Aurangzeb, what was their political story or political history, to Rajput policy, to Mansabdari, to Jagirdari, and everything with regards to Mughal India. There are 2 modules I teach in medieval India. So the discussion here is not comprehensive, should not be comprehensive, and is not designed to be comprehensive. Because unfortunately, you can't start modern India without declining the Mughals. So what I want you to do first is that you need to trust me that I'll teach you Mughal India in medieval, which is 2 modules, close to 7 hours of Mughal India. And here I am going to decline them first and then move on to what we need to do. Because I will give you the reasons, I'll explain them to you, I will tell you the whole process of it. But the basic political history of Mughal India is something totally separate to our discussion. Modern India starts with the decline of Mughals because that is the political formation which the British is going to inherit. But the political history, the social history, and the economic history of Mughal India, all of this along with administrative, is a discussion we have in the previous, in when we'll discuss ancient medieval art and culture. Here I start with declining them. So that is the way the whole syllabus is divided, or that is the way everywhere it is the same, that we start with the decline of Mughals. But I know you don't know the Mughals only, which is that most probably 95% of you have no idea who the Mughals are. And that's also a good thing, because that gives me a clean slate to start with. So very simply, we'll start with the decline of Mughals, and then we'll go into the Portuguese. The 2 discussions we have today is decline of Mughals and the advent of the Portuguese, and I'll try to bring these 2 things together. Now, see, I'll give you a basic overview of Mughal India, you have Babur, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, and thereafter Aurangzeb. A lot of you already know that Aurangzeb is a very, what we call as, discussed topic generally. Himanshu, I know that the NCRTs removed Mughal India, but UPSC didn't remove it. So don't worry about that. The day UPSC will remove Mughal India, we'll stop discussing about them. But as of right now, we have to understand Mughal India. And that is in itself a problematic aspect. But a lot of people in India, people know about Aurangzeb, Akbar, and Ashoka for sure. So you would have heard about Aurangzeb for sure in your schooling days, and basically you know that there's somebody called Aurangzeb. Now, Aurangzeb and his policies are quite famous. So I technically don't need to introduce you to him. But the problem is that the decline of Mughals has been attributed to Aurangzeb too much, which is that just one man cannot fully destroy an empire. There's a whole process to it. And that process needs to be understood. And once you understand the process, you will actually realize that his major role was about destabilizing the empire rather than actually declining it. Now, I'll tell you a very important concept. Why am I having this discussion with you? I'm having this discussion with you because when we talk about Bengal, for example, Sirajuddaulah, will talk about Alivardi Khan, or we talk about Murshid Quli Khan. When we talk about, for example, the Sikhs, when we talk about Awadh, when we talk about Carnatic, when we talk about Mysore, when we talk about Hyderabad, these are the things we need to talk about because the British expanded into this area. But the problem is, where did these polities come from? So these polities actually were a product of the disintegration of the Mughal Empire. Therefore, the purpose of this discussion is to tell you, why did India look like what it did in the period of 1750s. So I'll keep on telling you what is the purpose of the discussion, because we don't have to go blind. Very simply, this discussion is to tell you what, when British come to India, what do they see? And that is the basic point of this discussion. And therefore, we need to know, how did India get fragmented, or how did the whole political setup get fragmented so quickly? So here we need to understand very simply the causes of the decline of the Mughals. And once we understand the causes, it will explain to us why is that these political formations come out, which we have to discuss tomorrow or day after tomorrow. But basically, here the discussion is about declining the Mughals itself. Now, when we talk about decline, there are multiple reasons which have been attributed to Mughal decline. First and foremost, everybody talks about is Aurangzeb's religious policy. Thereafter, there's a standard argument that what we call as foreign invaders became a concept, which is external threat. So here you have two very known personalities again, Nadir Shah and Ahmad Shah Abdali. And we'll talk about Abdali when we'll discuss the third battle of Panipat. Then there's something called the agrarian crisis, then Jagirdari crisis. Fifth is called economic crisis. And yes, Ahmad Shah Abdali Durrani, same. Then last but not the least is called weak successors. And this topic is of importance to us. This topic is important to us because, see, I'm producing a movie, and the movie is called The Advent of Europeans and the Expansion of the British. This is the name of the movie. Yes. And I need actors. I need actors in my story. Who is going to be the father, the mother, the villain, this and that. And basically, these successors of Aurangzeb, for example, Muhammad Shah Rangila, the Farrukhsiyar, Shah Alam, these people are basically the actors who will play a very important role in how the British is going to expand in India. So therefore, I will discuss each of these with you. Wait, first listen to me. I'm telling you the purpose of this discussion. Again, the simple point of the matter is that I will discuss each one of, don't worry, listen to me. Out of all of them, I will explain all six, but the sixth one is the most important for our discussion. Because if I say to you right now, for example, if I say to you right now, Farrukhsiyar, or if I say Bahadur Shah Zafar, if I say Shah Alam the second, if I say Bahadur Shah the first, does it have any connotation or any understanding in your mind? Basically, these are random names. These are random names. Yes, I need to give you or give certain meaning to these names. Once you understand the meaning of these names, why are they important, then automatically you will start to understand Mughal India, rather early modern India and modern India generally. So, can I go into the discussion with regards to how did the Mughals decline? There's a very standard question which comes in the examination. Discuss, or it says consider the following. Which of the following were the reasons for the decline of Mughals? And they will give you 2-3 basic points, and that is based on derived statements out of these six. Yes? Can we start our discussion with regards to the decline of Mughals? Yes? Great. Perfect. For anybody who's new, remember, you can't sit there. You have to be more vocal. You need to tell me. If you're not following, you tell me. Don't sit there thinking I'm not going to repeat. Don't sit there thinking that I'm going to randomly say things. Be a part of the class. The more you are, the better it is for me, because then I understand the basic vibe of the class and what we are doing. I will discuss with you Jagirdari, everything. I've not taught you anything. I'm just asking you to be more interactive. That's the only thing I'm asking you to do. Okay. So let's begin our discussion. See, the Mughal decline is basically a very interesting process. It's a very interesting process. See, who came before Aurangzeb? Who came before Aurangzeb? I've already told you that you would also know his name. Who came before Aurangzeb? Shah Jahan. Very good. And you know Shah Jahan, he is a major builder. What did he build? What did he create in the Indian subcontinent? Yes, the Taj Mahal and the Red Fort. So the Red Fort, the Taj Mahal, the Jama Masjid, the whole Delhi 6 area. Shah Jahan was a major spender. Shah Jahan was a major spender. He loved to create major architectural marvels, and one of the wonders of the world, Taj Mahal, has been created by him. Now, basically, Shah Jahan obsession with creating new cities and basically new buildings is not good for the economy, because what do you need to construct buildings? If you're constructing multiple buildings, what do you need? You need money. Very good. So you very simply need money. You need a lot of money to create these structures. Now, Shah Jahan basically overspends on a luxurious life and in building the architectural, what we call as complexes or buildings of the Mughals. Example being Taj Mahal and Red Fort. And these two are the two most important contributions of Shah Jahan. Now, the first point is that he overspends. He is overspending on different buildings, and this leads to a certain type of economic crisis and bankruptcy. Basically, he is depleting the treasury very quickly. Fatehpur Sikri is Akbar, not Shah Jahan. So he is depleting the treasury very quickly. And the Mughals also had a major issue, which is that they were constantly fighting in the Deccan sector, in Deccan, India, with what are called Dakkani Sultanates. We will discuss them. For example, Golconda, Bijapur, Ahmednagar, Berar. These are called Dakkani Sultanates. And basically, the Marathas themselves had also become a problem. The Sikhs were also rising at this point of time. But the basic point is there was a not Bahmani, not Bahmani. Bahmani is before all of this. The basic point of the matter is Deccan means central India. So in from Maharashtra to Andhra Pradesh, this whole sector, there were 5 small dynasties, what are called Dakkani Sultanates. We'll discuss that separately. But basically, they are constantly at war. When you are constantly at war, war is good for economy, bad for economy. War is good for economy, bad for economy. Bad for economy, very good. So war, very simply again leads to spending, and it adds to the economic crisis. It adds to economic crisis. So very simply, what I'm trying to argue is that when Aurangzeb will come to power after Shah Jahan, he will inherit 2 issues. He inherits 2 issues. First is that there's a brewing economic crisis, and second is that there is constant warfare. These are 2 issues which he is going to inherit. The period we are talking about is basically between 1650 to 1707. This is the period we are talking about. This is the period basically late Shah Jahan, early Aurangzeb period. Very simply, there is a major crisis which Aurangzeb inherits. What are we discussing? We are discussing the reasons for the decline of Mughals. So, and once I've written everything, I'll give you a mind map to remember everything. So don't worry. Just follow the train of thought. So Shah Jahan overspends and war leads to spending. If these 2 things happen, that in turn leads to an economic crisis and a certain amount of bankruptcy. So when Aurangzeb comes to power, he inherits an economic crisis and he inherits a state which is constantly fighting, which even leads to more spending itself. So we have economic crisis, which Aurangzeb inherits. Any issue with regards to economic crisis? Aurangzeb has come to power. Once he comes to power, he has inherited from his father a major issue, which is economic crisis due to his overspending. And in that way, he was extremely annoyed with Shah Jahan also. And that is why Shah Jahan was locked into the Agra fort for 8 years by his own son, Aurangzeb, because he chose Dara Shikoh, and rather Dara Shikoh was killed by Aurangzeb. So Aurangzeb never liked Shah Jahan generally because he inherited an empire which was more or less bankrupt. So the problem is he has an empire which is not stable and it is very economically bankrupt. So this becomes the first major issue which the Mughals are facing in the late what we can say 16th and late 17th century. Okay. Yes, Aurangzeb is the son of Shah Jahan. Or Shah Jahan had 2 sons, Dara Shikoh and Aurangzeb. Dara Shikoh, they fought, Aurangzeb won. Okay. How do I define a crisis? How do you define a crisis? Crisis is when there is basic distress, decline, and there are problems of getting money. So crisis can be anything. Crisis in economy, polity, job, in society, anything. Crisis is when there is constant decline and problematic issues within the sector itself. So that is how I describe. Shortage would be a synonym, but crisis is multiple problems in the same sector. Okay. Now, so there's economic crisis. Anybody has any issue here? Can we agree that there's an economic crisis because of overspending? Yes? Great. Now, when you have an economic crisis, there are two ways in which Aurangzeb can respond. There are two ways in which Aurangzeb can respond. First is that he can increase the revenue of the Mughal Empire. For that, he would have to very simply increase land revenue or taxation rate. And second would be he needs to expand the area from which the crown gets revenue directly. Now, I'll first qualify what this first thing means, and then we'll talk about these two. So these are the two solutions basically Aurangzeb has. This is the first solution, this is the second solution. Now, what do I mean by when I say there needs to be an expansion in the area which the revenue is collected directly? You understand it in this way. The whole Mughal Empire was actually divided into two parts. Some of you may know this concept, but for anybody who's new, this is called the Mansabdari Jagirdari system. The Mughal Empire is actually divided into two parts. What are the causes for the economic crisis? It is overspending of Shah Jahan and constant warfare. Now, Mughal Empire is divided into two parts. One is called Khalisa. It's a term used for crown land. And the other one is called Jagirs, or it's called Pe Baki. These are two Mughal terms, Khalisa and Pe Baki. Pe Baki in itself means jo bach gaya, jo baki, Pe Baki. So Khalisa and Pe Baki. Now, what do I mean by crown land? Crown land means that the land revenue collected directly goes to the central treasury. Yeah, remaining portion Pe Baki, central treasury. So the central treasury is in Delhi. So basically, any revenue which is collected out of this area, for example, 3 lakh rupees, it will automatically go to the central treasury. This is basically the land which is considered the most important source of revenue and income of the state. And think of it, for example, like we've already done economics, so you would know, think of it like CGST, that it's central GST. Whatever is collected goes automatically to the center or to the state. So it Agra in previously Shah Jahan will shift it to Delhi. So very simply think of it like CGST, that everything is directly going to the state. Makes sense? That is basically the most important income of the state itself. It is the most fertile land. It is the most important land in that regard. Very good. Now, out of the Pe Baki, what is given is very simply these jagirs. Jagirs are basically, they are land grants given to officers in lieu of salary. I will tell you what this means. For example, you become an IS officer. You obviously have to become an IS officer. That is why you are here. When you become an IS officer, who pays you your salary? Who will pay you your salary? The government. Very good. So the government will pay you a salary. Now you are made into the district magistrate of Agra. You are made the district magistrate of Agra. And your salary is, for example, 1,10,000. So you will administer for the government of India in that sector. And once it will come to your salary, the government will credit it. The government will credit it. Shri, I'll tell you, don't worry. It will credit it into your account. Now what happens is that the government is not able to somehow pay your salary. There's a fiscal crisis. There's a financial emergency. The government is not in a position to pay you your salary. So what they say rather is that whatever revenue is generated from Agra, you collect it as your salary. So basically, you are collecting the revenue of Agra as your salary. This is called collecting revenue in lieu of salary or in lieu of service. So basically, the most important backbone of the whole Mughal Empire was this system of what is called Jagirdari. Jagirdari basically is when officers are paid in revenue from jagirs or land designated to them. So rather than giving them a cash salary, yes, Prachi, they rather give a land and say collect the revenue, that is your salary. So Pay Baki is basically, the whole empire is divided into two parts. One is Khalisa and the other one is Pay Baki. Out of Pay Baki, there is a whole constellation, thousands of small jagirs, which are given to every officer or the officers of the Mughal Empire in lieu of their salary. Not who is a Jagir, what is a Jagir? Jagir is a word which is used for land. That is it. It's a land given. Till today you say, na, is it your Jagir? Teri Jagir hai. Jagir means that it is basically something you have from the state as a form of your salary. Jagir is a piece of land which is given to the officer. Whatever revenue comes out is your salary. So, very simply, Khalisa is there, Pay Baki is there. Now tell me one thing. If you understand the concept of crown land and Pay Baki, if there's an economic crisis, do you increase the Khalisa or crown land or you decrease the Khalisa? You increase it because you need money. And if you increase the Pay Baki, if you increase, see, if Khalisa is more than Pay Baki, the state gets more money. State gets more money. And for anybody who understands in economic terms, think of Pay Baki like SGST. Khalisa as CGST and Pay Baki as SGST. It may be collected, but it will go to the designated state. And the state is basically the different officers. Think of it like that. If you're able to create a certain type of mind map or certain type of association in that sense. So, if you are in a crisis, It is better to increase Khalisa because the state gets more money. So when I said to you that Aurangzeb had two options left, what I meant by this was increase Khalisa land. Now, does this option make sense? Come on, everybody. You have to tell me if it is making sense. When I say that his two options is to increase taxation and increase Khalisa land, it makes sense. Now, does that word Khalisa make sense? Now, does it make sense that what do I mean by crown land or the land which directly they're getting? Very good. I need to repeat, understand this. There is an economic crisis. The economic crisis is based on overspending by Shah Jahan. In turn, Shah Jahan and the constant fighting in Deccan has led to a bankruptcy. Bankruptcy in turn leads to Aurangzeb inheriting the economic crisis. He has two options to respond. First is increase the revenue of the Mughal Empire by increasing taxation, and second is basically the concept of increasing the crown land. What do I mean by crown land? The whole Mughal Empire was divided into two parts: crown land and Paibaki, or Khalisa and Paibaki. Crown land is where there is no Jagir. Everything is the Jagir of the king in a way, so it becomes crown land. That I will collect everything and nobody gets nothing. On the other hand, Paibaki is basically the area out of which officers are paid. Officers are paid. And if officers are paid out of it, they are given a land and they say, collect the revenue out of that land. That is your salary. Now, if I have a fiscal crisis, I will obviously increase the Khalisa land, because therefore my own revenue starts to increase. My own revenue can start to increase. Why can't Aurangzeb ask for revenue collected in Jagir to increase revenue? Because even if Sneha they increase the revenue, it will become part of the salary of the Jagirdar. Very simply, if I told you that Agra revenue is your salary. If the revenue of Agra increases, does it go to the state or does it go to you? Tell me. It goes to you. So therefore, even if the Paibaki revenue increases, it does not go to the state. Does not go to the state. Now, till this point, everybody is following what is happening because I'm creating a certain process. Yes? Okay. Wasn't Jagirdari supposed to give some part of revenue to the king? No, Shelly. More or less, it was a break-even concept. Very rarely was there any transfer of money from a Jagirdar to the king. Very rarely. Okay. Now, why should you increase revenue? Because there's an economic crisis. So if there's an economic crisis, you don't have money, you want to increase it. Okay. Now, please pay attention. One more thing. If I'm in a crisis, I increase Khalisa over Paibaki. Now, listen to me. For the Jagirdari system to remain stable, the number of Jagir should be equal to, less than, or more than Jagirdars. Come on, tell me. Jagirdars are who hold the land. So, if for this system to be stable, should Jagirs, meaning the land, be more than, equal to, or less than Jagirdars? It should be more than equal to. Very simply, very good. For this whole system to be stable, the number of land should be always more than or equal to Jagirdars. I have to give you a handout. I come to class, I have to give you a handout. I have to give one handout to each one of you. So the number of handouts I have should be more than equal to your number. Yes? Very simply, that is going to make this whole system stable. So the stability of the Jagirdari system is when Jagirs are more or equal to the Jagirdars. And if I'm in a crisis, I increase Khalisa. If I do this, the number of Jagirs go up or down? Very good. The number of Jagirs is going to go down. Very good. You are now thinking like a historian. Great. So very simply, the number of Jagirs is going to go down. And if it is goes down, it creates a problem. It creates a problem. So think of it like this. Think of it like this. That Aurangzeb first solution. Let's go with the first solution. Let's go with the first solution, which is that there is an economic crisis. Aurangzeb responds by increasing Khalisa land or crown land. If he does that, number of Jagirs go down. And if number of Jagirs will go down, which means pair Baki shrinks, Jagirdars will now start to compete for good Jagirs. Now, if your salary is based on a Jagir, and basically Jagirs are less than Jagirdars, what is going to happen is that everybody is going to start to fight for the best land possible. For the best land possible. And now there's a competition within Jagirdars to fight with each other, or they start to compete with each other for the best Jagir which they can get a maximum revenue out of. Maximum revenue out of. If Khalisa increases, how does the number of Jagirs increase? Where did I say that? I am saying when Khalisa increases, the number of Jagirs go down. So that I listen to me. I said Khalisa land increases. So in a way, Jagirs will go down. And if Jagirs will go down, Jagirdars will start to compete. A Jagirdar is an officer. And if an officer will not think about administration and rather start to compete within each other, what is going to happen to the administration? What is going to happen to the administration? Come on. Administration is going to, it is going to suffer. So this is called the administrative crisis or Jagirdari crisis. Now, does it make sense? What does Jagirdari crisis mean? Basically, Aurangzeb's first solution is going to create a crisis in itself. So he has the first crisis and then he has the second crisis. Basically, it is a product of the solution which he goes with. If this solution is clear, then I'll go to the second solution, which is also going to create a crisis. Why can't he add more Khalisa? Vishnu, a good point. But the problem is the Mughals are fighting constantly, but they can't increase the land area which they have. The concept of excess revenue sending back wasn't followed. Janvi, you are technically confusing Ikta and Mansabdari. These are totally two different concepts. Please pay just attention to one thing. Very simply, pay attention. I'm repeating myself. Shah Jahan overspends, constant fighting is happening. Overspending leads to economic crisis. Economic crisis leads to first solution by Aurangzeb, which is to increase the land from which he gets more. He increases the CGST, therefore the SGST goes down. When he starts to increase the CGST too much or starts to increase the Khalisa land too much, the share of the state start to go down or the share of the Jagirdar start to go down. And very simply, now Jagirdar start to compete for the best land they have, and therefore they will stop paying attention to administration. That in turn leads to an administrative crisis and Jagirdari crisis. Does this make sense, that how there's a cascading effect, a domino effect here? Economic crisis leads to Jagirdari crisis. Yes? Okay. Now pay. I'll bring all of this together, don't worry. Now let's look at the second solution. Second solution, economic crisis. The second solution was increase tax rate and get as much as possible from the peasants. Now, I'll tell you one thing. What do you mean by competing for Jaggies? Basically, they start to not pay attention to, basically they start to fight. They actually literally start to fight for the best Jagir. I get a Jagir out of which 10,000 rupees comes. He got a Jagir, or you got a Jagir which gives only 2,000. So we start to fight for the best land. Now, one thing I want to very simply want to point out. Jagirdari, Mansabdari, this whole concept I will discuss with you in extreme detail when I'll discuss Mughal India with you. I've only given you a workable definition as of right now, and I hope that is making sense. That Jagir, the concept of Khalisa and Paybaki is making sense. I need your assertion with regards to that. Yes, it makes sense. That yes, sir, I'm following the concept of Khalisa and Paybaki. Just understand this much. Full-blown discussion on Zat, Sawad, Ekaspa, Duaspa, Shiaspa, everything I will discuss with you when I will discuss Mughal India. Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. So you are following that how an economic crisis leads to an administrative crisis. End of story. Now, economic crisis, the second solution which Aurangzeb has is to increase the concept of tax rate. Is it to increase the concept of tax rate? Now, if you increase the tax rate, the burden is going to fall on no one else but the peasant. No one else but the peasant. Now, Aurangzeb was unlucky. Jagirdari system is nothing but the system of giving officers land grants for salary. That's it. Grant out of which you get your salary. Revenue of the land is your salary. Now, please pay attention. Aurangzeb was a little bit unfortunate because recently a new type of history has been written, which is called the history of environment. And unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever you want to call it, when Aurangzeb increases the land, increases tax rate, that coincides, peasant means farmer. That coincides with multiple El Nino years. What is El Nino? Does anybody know? ENSO El Nino? El Nino Southern Oscillation? Vishnu, everybody pays tax, but specifically the farmers more. Very good. Perfect. Great. See, for anybody who has no understanding of El Nino, basically, the concept is when there will be El Nino, monsoons will become, the intensity of monsoons will technically become less, and drought-like situations come through in the northern sector itself. Whenever there is failure of monsoon, it is called El Nino. The sister of El Nino is La Nina, which is basically the other opposite. The intensity of the monsoonal winds increases and there is flooding in the same section. And it is based on what is called El Nino Southern Oscillation, which is the basic pressure difference between the coast of Australia, the western coast of Australia, and the eastern coast of Chile or the Latin American sector. When there is a major what is called major low pressure in the Chile coast, the monsoonal winds become a little bit weak because the winds start to go towards the Chile coast. In turn, the monsoonal winds, which are nothing but the trade winds crossing over the equator, their basic intensity falls. I'm not going to explain to you the whole process of El Nino, but basically El Nino is based on the sudden oscillation of high pressure and low pressure of Australia and Chile and Peru. The basic pressure difference can increase or decrease the pressure, and that will, or rather the intensity of monsoons. El Nino year means failure of monsoons. Failure of monsoons. Getting my point? Anybody who did not understand? El Nino, drought-like situation. La Nina, when there is the opposite, when the low pressure is what is called is replaced by a high pressure, and there's a movement of winds with greater intensity. So what is an El Nino year? An El Nino year, for anybody who is totally new to this concept, a El Nino year is a geographical phenomenon under which the southwestern monsoons in India, their intensity increases and decreases because of a certain oscillation which happens near the equator at Australia and Chile. You don't have to go into the concept. You don't have to go into the concept itself. But I am telling you that this was never known previously, but because history itself starts to expand, the concept is that El Nino is interacting with and intersecting with the concept of increased taxation. Now, when there will be failure of monsoon and you are asking for more tax, what is going to happen? Once Mughal decline is over, I'll give you a break. You don't have money, but I ask you for more money. What is going to happen? Come on, tell me. Very good. So, what basically happens is that the year in which Aurangzeb increases the taxation, Aurangzeb's reign had at least 8 to 9 El Nino years. And that is the biggest problem. When you go into an El Nino cycle, it happens subsequently one after the other. So, with failure of monsoons, the crops will fail. And when the crops will fail, that in turn will lead to what is called agrarian distress, and peasants will rebel. So now Aurangzeb, in his second solution, has in turn led to agrarian revolt. Agrarian means agricultural revolt. So his first solution creates Jagirdari crisis, and his second solution creates the agrarian revolt. Now we have understood economic crisis. We've understood Jagirdari crisis, and we've also understood agrarian crisis or revolt. Now, agrarian distress means people are under pressure in the agriculture sector. They just give up on agriculture and leave, or they start to rebel or fight with the Mughals itself. Aurangzeb increases taxation for both lands or only Khalisa. He is only collecting from Khalisa, so he will take it from Khalisa. So listen to me. Economic crisis leads to Jagirdari crisis, leads to agrarian crisis. Now, would it help that you don't have money and I come and loot you? That you have 10 rupees in your pocket and I come and beat you up and take money from you? No? Acha, it will help. Vishal is telling us that it helps. That you have 10 rupees, I come and beat you up and take money from you. It will help you. No, it won't. See, add to this, and I give you a very beautiful mind map, don't worry. Add to it Nadir Shah, who came in 1739, and Ahmad Shah Abdali, who will not come once but 8 times between 1748 to 1767. These two invaders, anybody who wants me to repeat the agrarian crisis, don't worry, I will give you the whole flowchart again. Agrarian revolt is because Aurangzeb asked for more money and monsoons start to fail, so people can't pay taxes, so they fight. That is it. So agrarian economic crisis leads to Jagirdari crisis, leads to agrarian crisis. Now, very simply, the foreign invaders, what they do is they loot the treasury at Delhi multiple times. So very simply, Kohinoor is not them. Kohinoor is British. Very simply, the Peacock Throne, all the money which Aurangzeb has saved, or anything which they had. Very simply, the problem is that there is already a crisis, and it gets compounded by the fact that there will be further looting by Nadir Shah and Ahmad Shah Abdali, which in turn is going to even become more problematic for the people who follow Aurangzeb. Very simply, when Aurangzeb dies, he is here. Now his successors have to face these foreign invaders. And the problem with his successors is they are more or less useless. Which is that if it was not enough, the problem is he has very weak successors, and we'll discuss them one by one after the break itself. But the point of the matter is that his weak successors, they were not able to catch a break itself. They already were in a crisis, and if not that enough, foreign invaders came to India. So let me add to it: economic crisis, agrarian crisis, Jagirdari crisis, then weak successors, and if that was not enough, you have foreign invaders. But one thing is missing, which is Aurangzeb himself. But why didn't I discuss Aurangzeb at this point of time? See, people tend to give too much credit to Aurangzeb for the destruction of the Mughal Empire. But tell me one thing, till this point, does Aurangzeb's religious policy have any bearing on any of these processes? No. Now, see, Aurangzeb was a bigot. Aurangzeb and his religious policy was problematic. And he's a proper bigot. But for one thing which Aurangzeb is always quoted for is that he reimposed a tax called jizya, or jizya it is called. This is a J, I write J like this, jizya. Now what is jizya? Please pay attention. Jizya is a tax which is paid by non-Muslims to a Muslim ruler for protection. So it's like, basically, it's a tax you pay to a Muslim ruler if you're a non-Muslim, if symbolically for protection. Now, Akbar removed it, Jahangir removed it, Shah Jahan removed it. But let's think like an economist. If in a country or in an area where 90% of the population is non-Muslim, revenue from jizya would be significant or non-significant? It would be a very big amount. It would be an extremely big amount, because when 90% of the population is non-Muslim, then jizya amount is going to be very, very big. Now let's recontextualize Aurangzeb bringing back jizya. Aurangzeb brought back jizya not directly as a concept of religious consciousness, but he wanted to reimpose jizya because it would help in the economic crisis. Because it would help in the economic crisis, he could supplement the income from jizya. That does not discount to the fact that he destroyed temples, that he was more or less a bigot, more or less he was one of the worst rulers. But jizya reimposition is very strategic, So Aurangzeb's religious policy, it did destabilize the empire by increasing conflict and hatred, but there is a much bigger problem which he actually had, and whatever he did was about firefighting. He was somehow trying to find a solution to the biggest issue he had, which is economic crisis. Now, if this makes sense, I want to give you a mind map which will solve the whole issue for you, and then we can take a break and move to weak successors when we come back from the break. Can we discuss that mind map? Ripan, he did actually. He bring in zakat also, which is a tax which is paid by Muslims. But the population is not that big to be have a significant amount. What is religious policy? His religious orientation. Now, this is the master mind map. Pay attention. If you understand this mind map, you will never forget Mughal decline in your life. Now, pay attention to this. The base of this issue is called economic crisis. Economic crisis is basically compounded by two things. You don't need to draw this. I'm drawing it for you. You will get in the annotated PPT. So just enjoy it. It is because of Shah Jahan overspending. And second is because of constant warfare. And if this was not enough, his basic solution to the economic crisis is very simply increased taxation, increase khalisa or crown land. This in turn will create two more issues. This is called agrarian revolt and this is called Jagirdari crisis. If this was not enough, the problem is his religious policy, and together these three will destabilize the Mughal empire. These three, Mughal decline sets in late Aurangzeb period, and if this was not enough, He then has another issue, which is foreign invaders looting the money, and very simply, the epitome of all of this are weak successors. And what you have in front of you is the structure of Mughal decline. Make sense? Are you able to now make sense of all of this? Shiva, the slides which are empty are on which I'm making all of these things. So don't worry, they are empty on purpose. So constant warfare and Shah Jahan's overspending leads to economic crisis. Economic crisis has two basic solutions: the concept of increased taxation or increased khalisa. Increased taxation is going to lead to agrarian revolt because of El Nino, and Jagirdari crisis because of competition. And very simply, this in turn, we are moving like this. If you want an arrow, we are moving like this. And with the agrarian revolt and Jagirdari crisis, religious policy is going to compound to the crisis itself. Foreign invaders will loot whatever money is there, and weak successors sit on all of these issues, and they will not be able to arrest the decline, and that in turn will lead to everything which we call as Mughal decline. Make sense, everyone? What is Paibaki? Paibaki is the land which is given to Jagirdars, and that is the basis of the crisis itself. Jagirs go down, Khalisa goes up, people start to fight for land, in turn leads to administrative crisis. So if you look at the slide which I have written, weak successor, economic bankruptcy, invasion, Jagirdari crisis, rebellion, agrarian distress, and religious policy. Make sense? Sir, didn't religious policy made money? Bhardwaj, it may make money, but it will only lead to further discord in people. It may help in the economic crisis, but not that much. Yes, I've now explained everything in short. If this makes sense, we'll take a break here. Come on. Can I presume or assume that the Jagirdari discussion made sense and you understand everything? Yes? Okay. Religious policy is nothing but the bigoted policy of Aurangzeb, and we'll discuss that in medieval, don't worry, where he will remove Navroz, he will stop the process of any form of festivals in the court, he will undo whatever Akbar did in that way. Okay. So I leave you on this slide. So that you can process all of this. When I'm back, we will discuss weak successors and then go into the concept of advent of the Europeans, because that our basic story is more or less clear. Weak successors I will explain to you. I'm again repeating one point because a lot of you are asking me this question. Himanshu will talk about the Marathas, they're separate issue altogether. I'm just repeating one very simple point. See, Khalisa is crown land, Paibaki is land under the Jagirdars or land given to Jagirdars. The empire will remain stable from when Khalisa revenue is good, Paibaki is also fine. But in Paibaki, when Jagirs are less than equal to the Jagirdars, Jagirs are more than or equal to Jagirdars. When this will change because Khalisa will increase. See, understand, Mughal Empire could not expand after a point. So therefore, they are stuck with 100% of land. If it was 80% and 20% in Khalisa and Paibaki, now Aurangzeb makes it 60% and 40%. So if there is a 20% decline in the number of Paibaki, that will in turn impact the Jagirs, and therefore Jagirdars will have less. See, everybody wants a good salary. Why would you want to have a bad salary? Jagirdars are nothing but the officers of the Mughal Empire, who get their salary out of land. So this 20% decline will impact the ratio in turn, which is going to create Jagirdari crisis. Now, does it make sense? I've now made it into percentages. I think it should be clear. It did. Kiru, that is why there was a revolt. Okay. So I leave you on this slide. It is 740. It is 740. We'll come back at 750. See, I can't give you, if I need, I can give, as of right now, 10 minutes break is what is my leverage. So understand that also. Okay. So I'll see you at 750. Welcome back. Okay. How religious policy is a factor for Mughal decline? Because if religious policy is going to be bad, he will have a what we call as weak empire, because there is more hatred and conflict between the standard two major religions, which will in turn lead to further crises in that way. Okay. Right. Jagirdari, if Jagirdar gets more revenue, Shalu, that was never the way it was given actually. They mostly calculated in such a way that they never actually gave anybody extra. But that's a discussion for medieval India, not here. Okay. No, I am not muted. You can hear me, right? I am not muted. You can. Yes. Okay. Now come the weak successors. Now come the weak successors. Now understand one thing. Weak successors, the purpose is very straightforward. The purpose is that you need to know certain names, because these certain names will be very important for us later when we'll talk about the English. Now, what a lot of students do is basically not concentrate on the first part, but concentrate on the second part. Loot is happening after Aurangzeb's death. Aurangzeb is in 1707. After that, he is going to get. Now, I am not muted, Dilip. Refresh your stream. Now, how do I tell you? You can't hear me and I'm telling you to refresh. So, refresh. Now, Bahadur Shah 1 is the first fact, and the second fact is the date. What simply students do is that they start to learn this. And I will tell you one thing very, very clearly right now itself. There is no one who has the time, patience, and the mind to remember all dates. So if you are going to try to learn this, then you're wasting your time. I will rather give you a better way of learning weak successors. As it is, out of all weak successors, only two are important to us. One's name is, three are important: Muhammad Shah Rangila or Muhammad Shah. Second is Farrukhsiyar, and third is Shah Alam II. But first and foremost point is, I want to cut this in front of you, because I don't care about dates. I have never cared about dates. I have never taught my students dates itself. The dates I tell you which are important, I will make you write them down and I'll tell you the significance. But unnecessary dates is not my forte. Now, how do you remember their dates or remember their names? Very simply, you make an acronym. You make an acronym. What is an acronym? It's a mnemonic to learn their names. Now, in the examination, their names are going to be in front of you. So rather, I will learn like this. Baja, Bahadur Shah, Jahandar Shah. Never do something like this. BJ. This is not going to work. This is not going to work, because there are multiple people with the same name. So you have to keep it more simple. So Baja, Paramu, Ah, Al Shah, Akba, Akba. Make it like this. I'll write it down here for you. See, Ba, Ja Faramu Ak al al Shah Akza. Now, how does it work? How does it work? See, why am I writing them in this basic order? Because they're in chronological order. So, for example, if the UPSC says put them in chronological order, you just have to remember it in this exact order itself. So you have Bahadur Shah 1, Jahandar Shah, Farooq Siyar, Rekut, Muhammad Shah Rangila. You have Ahmad Shah, Alam Shah, Shah Alam, Akbar II, Bahadur Shah Zafar. Are you getting my point? Rather than learning the date, learn the mnemonic. And I'll do it for wars also. I'll give it anywhere possible. I'll give you these type of mnemonics. If you learn this basic thing, you are learning the chronology also, and you're also learning the names. So that if there's a very simple standard question, you have to just remember this. Out of all of them, Muhammad Shah Rangila, Farooq Siyar, and Shah Alam II are the three most important. Three most important. And if we agree to this, I would like to talk about all of them in certain brief detail. Not a lot, but in brief detail. Yes? Are you able to understand this? Very good. Perfect. So nobody is going to waste their time in unnecessary things, right? That is my task to tell you. Perfect, Deepika. Nothing better. Now, the first successor of Aurangzeb was Bahadur Shah I. He's a 63-year-old man named Muzaram. Now changes his name to Bahadur Shah. First, he's the eldest son of Aurangzeb, but he had to fight with his brothers to come to power. He was that one person who actually changed his father's policy. He became more liberal with the Rajputs and even reconciled with Marwar or the Rana of Marwar. There was a lot of conflict. We'll have this discussion in medieval India. Then you will realize the context for this. But basically, he reconciles with the Rajputs. Then comes Jahandar Shah, and basically Jahandar Shah will become the emperor with the help of one of the nobles he had or his officers itself, and his name is Zulfikar Khan. He will become the prime minister, and Jahandar Shah will try to solve the issues in the empire via abolishing jizya, which was brought in by his grandfather. So he'll try to find a way, but still the crisis is not going to get arrested. These two are just filler for me. Baja is not important, but the next one is. Who are Rajputs? Rajputs are the Kshatriya community in the Rajasthan Gujarat sector, known for their valor and chivalry, and had always been an important part of the Indian political system. Now, the first person whose name you need to remember, I don't care about Baja, is Farooq Siyar. See, Farooq Siyar is basically a person who came to power because of two men. Abolished jizya, meaning jizya tax was abolished. Their name were Abdullah Khan and Hussain Ali, and together they were called the Sayyid brothers. Sayyid brothers basically were kingmakers. These were two nobles who had a lot of power. But why is Farooq Siyar so important to us? Farooq Siyar is so important to us because he gave a order or farman to the British, which is considered in Indian history as the worst farman which an Indian or what we call as a Mughal ruler could ever give, which is that he will give so much power to the British via that Farman that it is technically called the Constitution of the British in India. And Farrukhsiyar is that person. I'll be back with him when I'll talk about the British. But as of right now, the only thing you need to remember is his name, Farrukhsiyar. So in Baja Farmu, Fa is very, very important for us. Then comes Rafi ud Darjan, Dajrat, shortest rule out of any Mughal emperor generally. Thereafter, Muhammad Shah, he is also called Muhammad Shah Rangila because of his Rangila lifestyle. And Muhammad Shah Rangila is important because he is going to be the one who will face Nadir Shah. Very specifically, Muhammad Shah Rangila will undercut the Sayyar brothers to come to power. And once he comes to power, he has a very, very Rangila lifestyle. That is why Rangila. And he is the one who will technically lose Delhi to Nadir Shah. And Nadir Shah will defeat Muhammad Shah Rangila at Battle of Karnal. Don't have to learn that, but Battle of Karnal. And thereafter loot Delhi generally. So, very simply, Farrukhsiyar is that person who came to power because of the Sayyid brothers and gave a very, very dangerous farman to the British. And that is his most important contribution. I'm going to discuss that separately with you. Now, Muhammad Shah Rangila, on the other hand, is the one who faced Nadir Shah and also lost a lot of part of the treasury to him in that regard. Muhammad Shah Rangila is also important. Rangila means very, very luxurious lifestyle when there was no money itself. The simple point of the matter is that Muhammad Shah Rangila was the last major powerful ruler in that regard, if we call it weak successors itself. After this point, more or less, all rulers hereafter are more or less useless. Nadir Shah is one of the invaders I discussed vis-a-vis foreign invasion. So this Muhammad Shah Rangila was the one who faced Nadir Shah. Nadir Shah and Abdali did not come during the rule of Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb was dead in 1707 itself. Thereafter, you have Ahmad Shah. Ahmad Shah was totally incompetent ruler and was actually had the real power was under Uddam Bai or Queen Mother. This is the wife of Muhammad Shah. Muhammad Shah Rangila. She still held a lot of power. She was called Uddam Bai. Then you have Alamgir II. Alamgir II is the one under which Battle of Plassey will happen. One of the most important battles in the larger context of Indian history. But the most important personality is Shah Alam II because he will actually give the Diwani rights to the British, and he will be the one who will fight in Battle of Buxar. So we will discuss Battle of Buxar and the Diwani rights. So we will discuss Shah Alam II. So Shah Alam II, Alamgir II, and Muhammad Shah Rangila and Farrukhsiyar are important not because in their own right, they are important because they are related to the British story. They are related to the British story. And for me, what matters is right now is that you just hold on to their names. Akbar II is the one for which Raja Ram Mohan Roy actually went to the British to get him his pension. And the Raja of Raja Ram Mohan Roy was given by him. And then 1857, Bahadur Shah Zafar. Bahadur Shah Zafar. Now, lot of information given to you. I'll tell you what to do with it. Do we need to know anything about Nadir Shah? No, I don't care about him. I don't care about Ahmad Shah Abdali also. I will discuss what is Diwani rights when I will reach there. Don't ask me something which we will do later. I'm telling you what to learn. Out of this discussion, first and foremost, Mughal decline is clear in everybody's mind. Yes or no? Yes? Great. Second, very simply, you need to remember the name of Farrukhsiyar Muhammad Shah. Then you have Alamgir, Alamgir, Alamgir 2, Shah Alam second. And what do you need to remember? This is vis-a-vis Nadir Shah. This is vis-a-vis Farman to British. We will discuss that. We will discuss that. Don't have to worry. Thereafter, this is for Battle of Plassey. And this is Battle of Buxar. I will discuss everything which is written on invite other than Nadir Shah when we go and reach there when we talk about the British. Can you remember these four names and this basic acronym? Baja, Faramu, Al Shah, Akza. You can remember this, whatever is written on this slide. Come on, tell me. Yes? See, this is a standard policy of mine. I never give you anything which is unnecessary. I will always tell you what to learn, what not to learn. And I am not here to give you unnecessary detail. Whatever is necessary for the examination, I will emphasize on that. So as of right now, can I presume that Mughal decline and weak successors, and in my story, when I say Farrukhsiyar, when I say Shah Alam II, now it will ring a bell. Who are they? What are they? Zais Bahadur Zafar. Yes. So when you will see the trailer of anything, you will be able to associate, okay, yes, this is Farrukhsiyar, this is Shah Alam, this is Muhammad Shah Rangila. So now these names should not be new to you. We've already discussed them. Now, for anybody who is quite curious or generally is very, very curious in that regard, I have given you the whole genealogy of the Mughals in India. Which what it means is that this is the whole from Babar to end. All rulers of the Mughal are in this basic slide. Which is that you see Babar, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb. Thereafter Bahadur Shah. Then it is numbered 7, 8 Jahandar Shah, 8. Then you see 9 Farrukhsiyar, 10 Rafiul Darjan, then Shah Alam, Shah Jahan II, or also called Rafiul Dorna. Then you have Alamgir II, Shah Alam II. Thereafter Muhammad Shah Rangila, Ahmad Shah Bahadur. See, this person I have rejected and this person I have rejected because they have too small a rule. And thereafter last being Bahadur Shah Zafar. Do not learn this, but I have given it for anybody who is curious. This is for your reference. This is for your general knowledge. If you are interested. Getting my point? Yes? Getting my point? Okay, great. There are 3 Shah Jahans. Yes, there are 3 Shah Jahans. Now, very simple. We've covered the backstory. Don't have to learn it in Urdu, nothing. I've just picked up from an authentic website. So you just need to remember it in that sense. Now, very simply, for optional, even it is not important. No one cares in optional about these things. Optional, much bigger issues to remember. And see, for some of you, see, my email ID is abhishek.mishra 19@byju's.com. If you have any query with regards to history optional, you can always email me. If you have an issue with regards to logistics, you are not able to find something, I'm your grievance redressal mechanism. You email me, I'll connect you with the team. If basically you are not getting something, if there's a technical issue, something, email me. And one thing very important, if you're emailing me, be ready to accept a call from us also, because that person is going to call and resolve it with you. Because a lot of you email me and then you're not picking up. So don't do that, right? So very simply, abhishek.mishra19@byju's.com. 19 not because it is my birthday, 19 because Abhishek Mishra is a very, very standard. Abhishek is a very common name. So 19th Abhishek in Byju's. Can I move to the next set or next important discussion we need to have? Advent of Europeans. Basic story is clear. Yes? Okay, great. Now let's talk about advent of Europeans. Now, see, India throughout history has generally been a very important subcontinent. So, if you look at the Indian subcontinent, it was one of the most known and one of the most celebrated and popular geographical areas or sectors for everybody, be it Europe, be it Central Asia. India is India. India is unity in diversity. India is that major bright spot across the world at all points of time. And everybody wants two things from India very, very quickly and in a lot of demand. Now, please pay attention. I'm going to have a very important discussion with you. Detailed story of Mughal successor is not relevant. Very good, Ritika. Yes, not needed. Now, whatever detail I've given you is enough to do any question. Now, from India, people want two things: pepper and spices plus cotton cloth. Cotton cloth. It's called calicos and muslin. Muslin cloth and calico cloth is considered very, very important. And pepper and spices, specifically pepper. What is the use of pepper? Why do the Europeans want pepper from India? Kali mirch, why do they want pepper from India? Come on, tell me. What is the need for pepper? Come on, come on. It is needed for what? Okay. So it is very good. Needed basically because it is a very important preservative. It's a very important preservative, as a lot of you have told me. It's a very important preservative. So they can sprinkle black pepper over meat and that meat will survive for much longer time. So black pepper is generally medicinal also and also has preservative features. Now, across centuries, any movement of goods had been via the land route, had been via the land route. So basically, if I had to get pepper, I would link go via this route. This is the called the Silk route. This is called the Silk route because it is linked with China. And from India via Multan, you get linked up with the Silk route. So the route comes somewhere like this and basically enters into the European sector, Now, very simply, for this route, you have to cross the Central Asian sector. You have to cross the Central Asian sector. This is called Silk route. And Silk route, you have Chinese silk and tea, which used to flow. On the other hand, from India, pepper, spices, cotton cloth used to flow in this basic area. Now, whilst the Romans and even the Greeks knew how to come to India via a maritime route. The maritime route was also based on somehow reaching till this point, was somehow related to reaching till this point, which is, what area is this? Come on, tell me. What area is this? This is Euphrates and Tigris River. This is the Iraq sector. But very simply, they had to come into the Persian Gulf or the Red Sea, either way, and then take a route to different points in India or different ports in India. So the point is that the way India is connected, is partially land route, and then there is a maritime route. There's a maritime route. But you can see that maritime route is also in a way dependent on the land route. So be it China or be it the Indian subcontinent, you need to somehow cross over the Central Asian sector to get what you wanted to get. So you had to somehow find your way till here or here to enter into the Arabian Sea. The point was, how do you enter the Arabian Sea? Now, the other easiest route would have been basically to cross over from here and go into the Arabian Sea. Yes, that would be the other route. Which is to go around Africa and reach India. But the problem is that this route, the African route, does not exist before 1488, 1498. Very simply, before 16th century, there is no way anybody can cross over or reach till this point generally. So the only way you cross over is via land route. So why am I having this? Having this discussion because there's a lot of emphasis on a person called Vasco da Gama. Vasco da Gama reached India via the sea route. But why is it so significant? So I'm trying to discuss with you that before 1498 and before 1488 and this period of 1498 to 1488, 88 to 98 period, this is how you reach India. Does it make sense? Does this make sense? That basically you have to cross over from the land route. Yes? Okay, very good. Now, come on, be more vocal. Yes or no? Does it make sense that why do they need to reach India and how do they reach India? They reach India via the land route, and very simply, they have no other option but to cross this area. Very simply, they want spices and pepper from India along with cotton cloth. China gives silk to them. You have to go over land and have to cross this basic sector in order to reach India via land route or sea route before 1488, 1498. And very simply, the maritime route is also based in reaching the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, and no route with regards to going around Africa exists in that regard. So very simply, the only way you reach is this. How long does it take? 3, 4, 5 months, could take a year. It's about your pace on what you are coming. If this is clear, then I need to tell you why would the Europeans become desperate to find another route? Yes, okay. Now what happens is that when the Mughals rise in the period of not 13th but 14th and 15th century, 14th and 15th century, not 14th, 15th, rather we'll say 15th, 16th century. What happens is that when the Mughals rise in the Indian subcontinent, we'll talk. See, Anil, understand one thing. Everybody knows about India because Indian trade, Indian calicos, Indian spices is known to everyone. So it's not that they never knew about it. It's just that they very simply needed to reach India. Before Vasco da Gama and Bartholomew Diaz, I will discuss that, they can only reach like this. That is what I'm trying to tell you. Why they choose maritime route, I'm coming to that. Wait. Very simply, we've discussed Mughal decline, we've discussed weak successors. We are discussing the concept of routes to India. And very simply, we have established the fact that a land route was the only way before 15th century, before 16th century to come to India. Are we all on the same page regards to this? Are we all on the same page with regards to this? That the only way you reach is this way. You have to somehow cross the Central Asian sector. Very good. Now, the question is, why was there a need to reach via this route? Why was there a need for an alternative route? Now, please understand this, that in the 15th, 16th century period, when the Mughals will rise in the Indian subcontinent, subsequently, there will also rise two major dynasties in the Central Asian sector. Here, they will be called the Safavids. They will be called the Safavids. Safavids are basically Turkish in origin, Islamic rule in the Iranian sector. But the bane of existence and the biggest, what we call as problem for the Europeans, were the Ottomans. Were the Ottomans. Rather, I'll use the other color. Wait 1 second. Were the Ottomans, Safavids, Mughals. These three together are called basically gunpowder dynasties based on use of gunpowder, Babar, Safavid, and Ottomans. And the Ottomans are a problematic aspect for the Europeans because the Ottomans control Eastern Europe, they control the Turkish sector, they control the Caspian Sea sector, and they also control the peninsular part of the what we call a Saudi Arabian Peninsula, and they also control the West African sector, or what we call as Northeast African sector. So very simply, North Africa, the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, the Turkish sector, and Eastern Europe. The very simple point was that Ottomans now come into existence in this area, and if I had to mark their basic area, Ottomans are in this basic area. They control this, they control this, they control this whole sector. This whole sector. This is the Ottoman territory. Now, Ottomans are Turks, again Muslim rulers. If Ottomans are Turks and Muslims, who are Europeans? What is the religion of Europeans? What is the religion of Europeans? They are Christians. Very good. They are Christians, and Christianity is the major religion at this point of time. And Christianity and Islam don't go well. Don't go well. There's a lot of conflict between these two religions. And now one thing becomes very, very clear. If you have to go from India to the European sector, you have to cross over the Ottomans. Ottomans are Islamic. Now, what the Ottomans started to do was to actually tax the trade over land route. And very simply, the land route becomes problematic for the Europeans to come to India. Very simply, the fact of the matter is, this simple route which existed, now there is no simplistic aspect here. The Ottomans will block the movement of the Europeans. So if I'm the Spanish, if I'm the Portuguese, even I'm the French, if I have to go to India, I have to somehow cross the Ottoman sector. So the question which I asked you, is, why were the Europeans desperate for a sea route, or what we call as an alternative route? The answer to that question is the rise of Ottoman Empire, which is Islamic Empire, blocked the free movement over the land route, and this in turn meant that there was a need for alternatives. Now, is the first question clear? That basically they wanted to avoid the Ottomans. Everything is making sense? Very good. Now, the next point is, why is it so hard to come to India via this route? It's extremely hard. A lot of you become very silent. Is it because you are finding it interesting and listening to me, or it's not making sense? I need a certain, see, after teaching 7 to 8 years now, I can figure it out that though I have a camera there, I can see your face. So understand this, that in a offline class, I look at your face, you're already switched off. Here I need a little bit, but I can get that. That's my sixth sense, that I can feel what is happening in class. So very simply, that is why I'm keep on asking you that, is it making sense? That's the advantage, disadvantage of this. So yes, very good. Awake, sir. Okay. Sir, jinda hu, sir. Okay, very good. Perfect. Right. Now, yes. See, this route is not possible. Now, little bit confused. You should not be confused. Very simply, they can't take the land route. That is why I'm using a map, because it will make no sense if I say it in words. See, the land route is not possible. Now, if I start from this place, which is Portuguese or the European sector itself, see, the problem is that Africa is a very big continent. Constantinople is nothing but Greece. Why Europeans not fought with Ottomans? They did. But Ottomans are not easy to defeat. Okay. Now, the problem is that, see, they can go, but a lot of people used to bounce on the western coast of Africa, but they were never able to. Why was there a need for an alternative route? Because the land route was blocked by the Ottomans. The Ottomans very simply blocked the land route. Now, very simply, Europeans cannot figure it out. See, for example, Christopher Columbus, he actually started to go, he wanted to go to India, but he crossed over to the American continent and was not able to reach India. So it was extremely hard to know how to reach till this point. And even if you reach till this point, it's a different story how to reach till the Arabian Sea sector and then into the western coast of India. Now, this is the problem, that they firstly have no modern GPS. They are doing it on approximation and basic experimentation. So there are people who do multiple attempts, but they are somehow getting caught up in Africa only. They are somehow getting caught up in Africa itself. So very simply, between 1400 to 1487, for 87 years, people will try to find a way to cross the tip of Africa. The tip of Africa. And finally, in 1488, a Portuguese merchant, or you want to call him traveler, or you want to call him whatever, his name is Bartholomew Diaz. Bartholomew Diaz starts from Portugal and somehow is able to reach till this point. And he reaches what is he called it the Cape of Storms, but later it was named as Cape of Good Hope. Good Hope, because it could lead to a better hope to reach India. A better hope to reach India. So the first breakthrough is basically Bartholomew Diaz, funded by a person called Henry the Navigator. He is the king of Portugal. He is called Henry the Navigator because he was actually very, very so obsessed with navigation that he called himself Henry the Navigator. Simple point of the matter is that between 1400 to 1498, not 898, but 1487, the need for alternative route is there, but no breakthrough. The breakthrough will come only in 1488. But the problem is that this is only half of the story. It is only half of the story, because it is easier to reach Cape of Good Hope than to actually navigate the Arabian Sea or the Indian Ocean. Can you tell me why the timing in Arabian Sea and Indian Ocean matters? Come on, use your understanding of geography. Come on. Very good. Sachin, very good. Anubhav, great. Santosh, perfect. Very good. See, if your timing is wrong, for example, you are trying to come after August, September, the wind system is reversed. It's the north eastern monsoonal winds, and they are rather going towards the equator. You can't travel to India in this sector because you will never get the right, either the ocean currents or even the wind system. You reach India not during this period. You reach India when the June, July, August sector, when the south western monsoons are entering into the Indian subcontinent. Here it becomes easy to use the wind system and to enter into the Indian subcontinent. That is why the timing matters quite a lot. The timing matters quite a lot. And this is how history interacts with geography. So technically, I've been teaching you geography also because everything is interconnected. History is, that is why, called sometimes the mother of all other subjects: polity, geography, sociology, everything I will teach you in that regard. So very simply, the way the wind system is matters. Now, in 1488, Diaz reaches Cape of Good Hope. Now, 10 years later, in 1498, a person called Vasco da Gama and his 3 ships reach Cape of Good Hope. But Vasco da Gama was smart. Vasco da Gama said that for 10 years, people are trying to reach from Cape of Good Hope to the Indian subcontinent, but they're not able to. Let me do one thing. By chance, when in 1498 Vasco da Gama was in Cape of Good Hope, there was also one more person there, and his name is Abdul Majid. He is a Gujarati pilot, or you can say Gujarati captain in a way. He was there because of trade, and Vasco da Gama will say to Abdul Majid, see, Aryan, the problem was that Diaz only reached till Cape of Good Hope. Anybody who came in between, the timing was incorrect. And very simply, a lot of people tried but never reached. Vasco da Gama in 1498 will reach Cape of Good Hope, and very simply, rather than trying himself, he will find a Gujarati captain who was there because our Indian traders used to trade with the whole African coast, and he will give Abdul Majid the right to pilot his ships. And basically, because of Abdul Majid, in 1498, because of his route itself, Vasco da Gama will reach Calicut. See, anybody who was trying to reach from this point forward was not able to because of the timing. Vasco da Gama starts, reaches till Cape of Good Hope, but rather than going himself, he takes a Gujarati pilot who takes him to Calicut. If you want to see the route of Vasco da Gama, basically, it was not very straightforward. Vasco da Gama's route to India, see, till this point he came on his own. Till this point he came on his own. However, after that point, he took the, well, you can say, he rather employed an Indian to take him to India. And this is considered the breakthrough moment. This is considered the breakthrough moment because finally somebody had found a sea route to India. And see, one thing should be clear. If Abdul Majid was not there, would da Gama reach India? No. And this is a very important point you need to remember. People don't talk about the role of Abdul Majid. He was the single-handed reason why Vasco da Gama actually was able to even reach India. And very simply, this will open the floodgates. This will open the floodgates to the Indian subcontinent. Finally, somebody was able to circumvent Africa. Now, this is Vasco da Gama, this is Diaz. See, reaching till this point, Cape Town, Cape of Good Hope was easy. But after this point, it was difficult. And therein comes the role of Majid. Therein comes the role of Majid. The Portuguese in 1488, Diaz. See, this is how I teach. I've given you the basic point. Now I'm showing you the PPT. Reinforcing it one time. I will give you another summary once we end this discussion. I hope this is making sense. 1488, Diaz, and thereafter, Da Gama. So, Diaz will reach in 1488 what is called the Cape of Storms and later named as Cape of Good Hope. It was renamed by King John II of Portugal as Cape of Good Hope because it gave a major impetus to opening up the East. And Vasco da Gama became the first European to re-establish the direct trade link between the Indians and the Romans after the first time they had circumvented Africa in 1498. He was able to do it because of a Gujarati pilot called Abdul Majid. Abdul Majid. Now, till this point, does it make sense? Whatever we've had the discussion till this point. Why was there a need and how did Majid and basically Vasco da Gama play an important role? Till this point, everybody is with me? Very good. Now, before I go to the next set of discussion with regards to what happened thereafter, circumventing means to go around. Not Calcutta, Calicut. I will discuss that with you. Don't worry. Yes, Majid was the navigator of Vasco da Gama. Now, please listen to me. I have to discuss two words with you. And then we'll come back to the story. So, first voyage was Vasco da Gama. What is the role of King Henry in this story? He was the one who funded all of this. Henry the Navigator was funding everything. Now, what Vasco da Gama did was it opened up India for colonialism. Now, I need to discuss with you what is this colonialism and imperialism. See, colonialism and imperialism are two words which I will discuss with you in world history also, but I'll give you a very simple understanding here. See, imperialism is the first stage and then comes colonialism. Imperialism is the first stage and then comes colonialism. Imperialism is basically domination and indirect control. Colonialism is capture and direct control. And direct control. What do I mean by this? See, when a country dominates another country for concessions, we call it imperialism. We call it imperialism. That basically the country is dominating another country for concessions, but it does not want to take direct control. I'll give you a very simple example of this. In the malls or in a public space, you would have seen these small battery operated cars in which children sit. Have you seen that? Small cars in which children sit and they drive. You've seen that. If you've not seen it, these are called battery operated small cars. You've driven it also, very good. But that is a very good metaphor for imperialism. If you look closely, the child thinks that he is driving. Yes. But basically, there's a person who has the real remote control in the back who steers the car. And this is basically imperialism, where there's an illusion of control wherein you are getting dominated by that person, but it looks like you are still in control. For the child, you are in control, but really the control is in someone else's hand. Is in someone else's hand. So very simply, imperialism is when you don't want direct control. It's not that the operator is sitting and saying, you remove, I will drive this car. No, no. You don't want full control. You don't want to take all the responsibility. You just want that person to drive. But still you steer the way the country goes. So, for example, I want to get trade concessions. So I will dominate you. I will tell you what to do, but I will not remove you. I will not remove you. This is basically imperialism. Now, after a point, imperialism becomes frustrating because you cannot get too much out of it. Once you start to get frustrated or you want more control, you move to colonialism, which is you kick the child off and you drive the car yourself. Enough of this nice guy. We don't want you to be the puppet ruler. We will become the ruler itself. So what Vasco da Gama opens India to is first imperialism and then to colonialism. So very simply, now will rise or we will go into a phase of what is called colonial, what we call as colonial history, or what we call as imperialistic colonialistic history of India. Till Vasco da Gama did not come, India was an independent political setup. Now the gates for colonialism and imperialism are open. So when I use this word colonialism or imperialism, it will now make sense to you. I'm actually creating small building blocks for you for whatever discussion we have hereafter. Yes? Great. Perfect. So just to recap, it's been a long class. It's been a long, not even long day. It's a long morning. We started with Mughal decline. We talked about weak successors. We discussed why there's a need for land route. There's a need for a maritime route. And we have now finally made Vasco da Gama reach India in 1498. If all of this is perfectly clear and you need to tell me that, then I will go to the second part of this discussion, which is what happens thereafter. Yes? Make sense? Very good. Nothing better. Great. So let's discuss the second part. Okay. Imperialism is indirect control. Colonialism is direct control. Okay. You didn't understand routes. Understand one thing. Land route is there. Not possible. Sea route is via Africa. That much makes sense, Ankit? You need to reach via Africa. For that, you need an understanding of the monsoonal winds and you need a better understanding of the maritime route. Very good. Okay. Maritime route, as I said, is very simply the concept that you have to circumvent Africa, and for that you need timing and that you need understanding. Srishti, yes, I can. And further, the fact is that everybody could reach the Cape of Storms and Cape of Good Hope, but not the Indian subcontinent. That was only done by Abdul Majid. And imperialism is basically indirect control. Colonialism is direct control. Done? Okay. Now, last 40 minutes with me. Chalo. 9:30, we end the class, right? Okay. Persian area, Central Asian sector is under the Ottoman Empire. I'm discussing the role of Vasco da Gama. I'm going to take this story forward. So these terms are clear. This basic concept is clear. Very good. Now, 1498, Vasco da Gama reaches a place called Calicut. Now, Calicut was ruled by a Hindu ruler called Zamorians. Don't worry about the date. I'll give you a summary for that. Don't worry. It's called the Zamorians. The Zamorians are Hindu local rulers And they were quite happy to see Vasco da Gama. They were quite happy to see Vasco da Gama. What is imperialism? Domination. Colonialism is full control. So they were like, okay, one more person to trade with. Very good. But see, when they reached Calicut, these are the Portuguese. He's a Portuguese. When the Portuguese reached Calicut, they were not the first. You already had the Arab traders, Indian traders. You already had a lot of different traders from Central Asia, from West Asia. They had an understanding. Where is Calicut? Calicut is here. See, one second. Calicut is here. This is Calicut. Kerala. Now, as I was saying, Vasco da Gama will reach. And he was not the first one. He was not the first one. Now Vasco da Gama, what he will do is that he will fill up his three ships with pepper, with cloth, and he will happily go back. More than that, Zamorians were friendly at this point of time. Were friendly. Very simply, the fact was that Zamorians welcomed Vasco da Gama because for them one more person to trade with. Calicut is today also called Calicut only. What Zamorians do if Vasco da Gama exports? They're happy. Vasco da Gama bought 3 ships worth of pepper. Zamorians will get a certain amount of tax out of it. And very simply, Vasco da Gama is happy. His whole life was about reaching the Indian subcontinent. He finally gets it. It's like the story of you clearing the UPSC examination. It was their dream. Somehow reach. So once you become an IS officer, this is the IS officer moment of Vasco da Gama. He's happy and he goes back to Portugal. He bought whatever he bought. He sold it at 3 times higher prices. 3 times higher prices. So very simply, the fact of the matter was that Vasco da Gama now came to Portugal and it's a spectacle. His ships are coming and he opens the gate, all pepper comes out. I reached India. So now Europeans know how to reach the Indian subcontinent via sea. And Zamorians were like, very good, another customer to sell. And Arab traders also said that what can these Portuguese do? All perfect. So till this point, everything is perfect. Good. Portuguese came to India. Perfect. No issues at all. But now what happens is that in 1500, after 2 years of Vasco da Gama going back, a person called, Zamorians were the local Hindu rulers. A person called Pedro Cabral will come to India. He's also a Portuguese. And basically, he's a Portuguese trader like Vasco da Gama. But Cabral had one problem. Cabral was like, you only trade with me. You only trade with me. When he reached Calicut, he started to force the Zamorians that they should remove the Arab traders and Indian traders. What is this called in economic terms? One of you already used this term. Rahul, what is this called in economic terms? It's called a monopoly. Very good. So Cabral wanted to create a Portuguese monopoly. He said no one else should trade. I should be the one who should trade. Who are Arab traders? Who come from the Arabic sector, from the African and the Central Asian sector. They're called Arab traders. Very good. So he says no one else should be trading. If me, only me. And what will happen is that Cabral will set up a small factory. See, the word factory, I'll tell you what happened, the Mauryaans did. The word factory at this point of time means a warehouse. It's a small godown. He established a small factory, a temporary factory in Calicut. And very simply, this factory is where he keeps everything. And now Cabral says that my factory should only be there. No one else should be trading as of right now. So what is going to happen is that the Zamorians will become hostile and there will be a clash between Cabral, Arab traders and Zamorians. And in that clash, the factory will be burnt. Now, if you will Google, which you will, I know already, it will say that the first factory of the Portuguese was in Calicut. But the answer is incorrect. Because the Calicut factory was temporary and was burnt. The first factory of the Portuguese in India was actually not Calicut, but was Kochi. So, please don't Google it. And if you Google it, trust this. So, I know what is going to come when you will Google it. So, don't have to confuse yourself, because a lot of you will email me. Sir, it says on Google, factory was Calicut. You are incorrect. So the answer to that question is yes, the factory was created, but it got destroyed. So when a factory is not permanent, it cannot be called the first factory. Getting my point? So trust the process. Very good. Perfect. Very good. For the purpose of the examination, or generally, it is Kochi. Now, it is mentioned in the PPT. Don't worry. Factory is not a factory. Factory is a godown. They call it factories. Now, Cabral technically messed it up. Prachi, let it do it. I am telling you. Don't worry. Let it do. I know where it is written. So I am telling you already. See, there's a technicality there. If it says first temporary factory, then it becomes Calicut. If you say first permanent factory, it becomes Kochi. But nobody is looking. I don't want you to confuse yourself. Already too much information. Now, in a way, did Cabral create a good relationship of the Portuguese or a bad relationship, or a image of the Portuguese is bad or good? It's bad, because he showed that he wants to dominate and people burnt his factory itself, and now Zamorians are hostile. And that is why when in 1501 and 1502, Vasco da Gama will come back to India and he will come back to Calicut. Zamorians refused to trade. So Vasco da Gama asked, "Aisa kya ho gaya? What happened?" So they said, "A Cabral person came and he's technically destroyed your relationship. We don't trust the Portuguese. We don't touch the Portuguese because you want to dominate the trade and we will not let you do that. We will not let you do that." So very simply, Vasco da Gama came, took 3 ships, sold all the material, was happy sitting at home. He was like, let's go to India again. Then again, I will make a fortune. In between, Cabral comes and fights with the Zamorians. And now when he says that, okay, your beloved Vasco da Gama is back, so Zamorians say, we will not trade with you. Very simply, you are the one who wants to dominate this trade and we have nothing to do here. करना ही नहीं. We don't want to trade only. We don't want to trade. So now these Portuguese have no other option but to move a little bit south. And therefore, in 1503, they will get concessions and will plead to the local rulers at Cochin or Kochi to allow them to set up their first permanent factory. And this is the context why they had to move to Cochin, which is going to become their first headquarter and capital in India. I hope now there's a little bit of demystification of why is that Kochi is considered the most important rather than Calicut, because Calicut was undercut. Zamorians were not ready to trade only with them. So very simply, now the Portuguese have found a way to expand their presence in Calicut and then Kochi. What about Cabral? Cabral never came back. He already had created a ruckus in India. So let's consolidate everything. The closing of the traditional routes with West Asia because of the Ottoman Empire needed or warranted an alternative route to India. The first successful voyage to India was by Vasco da Gama. When he arrived in Calicut, he got an obtained permission to trade in the city and was welcomed by Zamorians and permitted to trade in spices and set up a factory on the coast. Small temporary factory was set up in that regard. This is where Cabral will come in the later period. So Vasco da Gama stayed for 3 months. Then he returned to Portugal with a rich cargo. However, Pedro Alvarez Cabral, he negotiated and established again a factory at Calicut, where he arrived in September of 1500. There was an incident of conflict when the Portuguese factory at Calicut was attacked by locals, resulting in the death of several Portuguese. Cabral, however, succeeded in getting advantageous treaties with the rulers of Kochi and Cananore, which is going to be used by Vasco da Gama in 1501-2 when the conflict with Zamorians will come into the picture. So very simply, see, I'm going to now write a certain very important concept. I'm going to make a timeline. Please pay attention to this because this timeline is very, very important for you. Pay attention. First factory of the Portuguese is Kochi. Permanent factory is Kochi. Can I make this timeline? This is how we revise. I am going to keep on adding to this timeline, and this is how we are going to revise. First temporary factory was also Vasco da Gama and Cabral, both temporary factories. Very good. Don't have to complicate it. First factory, permanent factory is Kochi. Now please pay attention. See, 1488, 1498, 1500, 1501, 1503. So You have Diaz reaches Cape of Good Hope. Vasco da Gama reaches Calicut with the help of Abdul Majid. Pedro Cabral reaches not Cochin, Calicut, and conflict with Zamorians. Temporary factory burnt. 1501, Vasco da Gama comes back, but Zamorians are hostile, so moves southward. And finally, in 1503, Cochin factory of Portuguese set up. First factory of Portuguese in India. No issues till this point? Yes? Very good. Now, in 1503 they will take Cochin. In 1505, they will have their Kannanur factory. They will have their Kannanur factory. Kannanur is in the north. So basically it's like this. Kannanur, one second. Kannanur, Calicut, Cochin. So basically they move northward and they take north and south of Calicut. And why were Zamorians hostile? Because Cabral had already fought with them. Already fought with them. So Kannanur becomes the second factory. And thereafter, a major breakthrough from them is going to be 1510, which is Goa will become a part of Portuguese settlements in India. So basically, it is going to be the third major factory. Now, I think I need to tell you the story of Goa and I need to tell you what happens in between this period, because there is also two wars which will happen, which I need to discuss with you. But if I basically leave you with this slide, it makes sense and no one has any issues with regards to this. All factories means warehouse, yes. This all was done in Vijayanagara kingdom. Yes, Vijayanagara kingdom did not care that much. We'll discuss that. So till this point, nobody has no issue, right? Can you explain why Zamorians became hostile? Because Cabral had fought with the Zamorians. So they did not want to trade with the Portuguese. And Vasco da Gama was a Portuguese. I want everybody's consent that till this point, we all are clear about all of these issues. Yes? Very good. Now, this is the last discussion I have with you today. And then we'll meet. I'll see you tomorrow and we'll take this story forward. Again, it's very easy. Listen to me. I come and meet you. You give me water and some food to eat. Next day, my brother comes, and when he comes, you again offer him food and water, but he then beats you up. So next time when I'm going to come, would you be happy to meet me? Yes or no? So that is I am Vasco da Gama, my brother is Cabral, and I am again Vasco da Gama. Getting my point? Getting my point, yes or no? Yes? Okay, very good. Very good. 1 second. Okay. Now. Kochi factory set up by Vasco da Gama. Cannanore factory was... No, I'll tell you who set these up. I'll tell you that. Annotation means this, what I'm writing on. We are all clear about this. Now let me tell you the story. See, 1488, 1498, 1500, 1501. Now, see, once Vasco da Gama gets to know that basically these Amorians are not ready to trade, he finds the Cochin factory. So Vasco da Gama was very important in finding the Kochi factory itself. But now the Portuguese get interested. And when I say that they get interested, basically, the Portuguese now send an officer with the title governor to rule and control these factories. And the first governor, I'm coming to that, how they get Goa. The first governor was a person called, very good, Francisco de Almeida. Francisco de Almeida. See, Portuguese first factory Kochi, second factory Cannanore. I'll talk about that. The person I'm talking about is called Francisco de Almeida. Francisco de Almeida was the first governor sent by the Portuguese. And basically, Francisco de Almeida was given the mandate that you expand in India. And he will therefore, in 1505, find Cannanore. He will find Cannanore. So one of you asked me, how did Cannanore come to them? See, Portuguese finally have become the first European country to find a sea route to India. First, Vasco da Gama comes, then Cabral comes, then Vasco da Gama comes. They are able to get a permanent factory in Kochi, but now the Portuguese want to dominate Indian trade. So they will send a person called Almeida, and Almeida is going to be the one who will now set up Cannanore as a second important factory. Now, if you look at the map of India, see, they have Cochin, they have Cannanore. Now the Portuguese, till this point, everything is making sense. Just 10 minutes of discussion, then I'll leave you. This is making sense because I want to close this story. Very good. So now Almeida has landed in India. Almeida has landed in India and he has been given the mandate to expand in the Indian subcontinent. Now, what he follows is called the Blue Waters Policy. It's called the Blue Waters Policy. What do you mean by Blue Waters Policy? Basically, Blue Waters Policy means that they want to dominate the Arabian Sea via naval power. Via naval power. Which is that they started to issue what are called passes or called cartas. Carta is a Portuguese word for pass or letter. And what Almeida started to argue was that if you want to trade or operate in the Arabian Sea, need to take permission from Portuguese and get a letter of permission. This is called Blue Waters Policy. You would have seen this if when you were in school, if you wanted to leave your classroom in between class, your monitor used to give you a pass, right? Hall pass, that you take a hall pass and then go where you want to go. If a teacher checks, are you in the hall, and if you don't have a pass, you would be scolded or you would be given a punishment. Think of that hall pass as the Carta system. The Portuguese argued that if you want to operate in the Arabian Sea sector, you take a cartas from us, a pass from us, and if you don't have a pass, we can seize your ship, seize the ship, or sink it if no pass is there. If no pass is there. Even Indian, Arab, anybody. And ironically, one of the biggest things which the Portuguese did was that when Akbar's mother, Hamida Bano Begum, wanted to go to Hajj, the Portuguese actually threatened to sink that ship because it had not taken cartas. Obviously, Akbar is not going to take a cartas from the Portuguese. He's Akbar. But the basic point of the matter was that Akbar started to get annoyed by the Portuguese, and the ship actually had to come back. So now, based on naval power, the Portuguese start to or try to dominate the Arabian Sea. Now you tell me, if you are the ruler of Gujarat and if you are the ruler of Egypt, would you be very happy with this policy? Would you be very happy with this policy? Obviously not. Obviously not. And what happens is that in 1507, the ruler of Gujarat, his name was Begara Khan, plus the Egypt ruler, name not important, fought with the Portuguese. And Francisco de Almeida sent his son of Almeida, was sent in this battle. And it is basically very popularly known as the Battle of Chaul. And what happens is that the Portuguese are defeated in this battle. And the son of Almeida dies. And this was the reason for this battle. was blue waters policy of the Portuguese. Basically the Cartas system. Now what happens is that in 1509, the Portuguese under Almeida himself, Francisco de Almeida himself, he will again fight with the Egypt plus Gujarat alliance. And here Portuguese will win in what is called the Battle of Dew. Daman and Dew, you would have heard, Battle of Dew. And once Francisco de Almeida avenges his son's death, this battle will make the Portuguese the predominant power in India or in the Indian Ocean or Arabian Sea. Akbar never had a good navy, so he was not in a position to respond. Or the Arabian Sea. And the last point I make, and I avenge means to get revenge for your death of your son. The last point I will make is that he will be called back. He will be called back, and his successor is going to be Alfonso de Albuquerque. Now, please, I need to tell you one thing. A lot of people say Albuquerque. No, Albuquerque, because QUE in Portuguese is equal to K. So if I had to write my name, I would write it like this. Abisek. This is the Portuguese spelling of my name. So please never call him Alfonso de Albuquerque. His name is Alfonso de Albuquerque because I know Portuguese language. Technically, I've done a 2-year course on Portuguese language. So the way you pronounce Albuquerque is Albuquerque, not Kirky, right? Now, Alfonso de Albuquerque is actually, and this is the last point I'm going to do with you, and I'll give you a timeline again. Alfonso de Albuquerque is the one who actually captured Goa, and he will go and do a small, very important treaty with Krishna Deva Raya, the Vijayanagara ruler, to say that I will supply you with horses, and Firar Lewis is going to be appointed as an ambassador in Krishna Deva Raya's court from the part of the Portuguese, and very simply, he will be the one who will take Goa from what are called the Bijapur rulers. Bijapur was a small, what we call as Sultanate, which came out of the Bahmani kingdom. It's a small Sultanate which was there. And the Bijapur ruler will give Goa at a cost to the Portuguese. So they will expand into Goa, have a good relationship with Vijayanagara Empire. And thereafter, he will take the Straits of Malacca. And finally, in 1513, they will get Calicut also and Homer Strait. Now, I stop here. And if you give me permission, I'll just want to consolidate everything through what we call as timeline. Can I do that? Because I'll talk about Albuquerque again tomorrow, and I will discuss about Kunha, and we'll discuss everything again. Don't worry in that regard. So let me consolidate. We've done it until this point, and I hope everything is making sense. See, summarization today over 24 hours, you will forget. Come on. What is the summary of the class? I'll tell you. We discussed Mughal decline, and I hope Mughal decline is not a problem. Economic crisis, Jagirdari crisis, the concept of what we call as agrarian crisis, weak rulers, the invasions, and Aurangzeb's religious policy. Then we did weak successors, Farrukhsiyar, You have Muhammad Shah Rangila, Alamgir II, and Shah Alam. 4 names. Baja Farmu Ak al Shah Akza. That is what we did. Thereafter, we've done the story of the Portuguese, and I'm now giving you this summary of that. I'm giving you the summary of that. Just pay attention, and everything what we've done till this point, I am summarizing. This is going to be a standard feature again. We summarize what we've done in the class so that everything makes sense. Now, 1488, 1498, 1500, 1501, 1503, 1505, 1507, 1509, 1510, 1511, 1513. This is where we stopped, 1513, and let's add 1515 also, 1515. So you have Diaz reaches Cape of Good Hope. Vasco da Gama reaches Calicut. Pedro Cabral reaches Calicut and fights. Vasco da Gama comes back, and Zamorians are hostile. Cochin factory, first factory. Almeida adds Cannanore. Thereafter, Battle of Chaul, Battle of Dew, Portuguese versus Egypt and Gujarat. Portuguese versus Egypt and Gujarat. Here they will win, here the Portuguese will win. 1510 is Albuquerque adds Goa via Bijapur. 1511 is Malacca, Calicut factory, and Hormuz factory. Clear, everyone? Come on. Make sense? Done? Now, what is your homework? Malacca, Straits of Malacca, Indonesia. What is your homework? Your homework is just revise this timeline before we come for class tomorrow. In the night, just try to make this yourself. If you can do that, it will help you. Generally, it will help you consolidate. It will help you consolidate. How they get Malacca? By dominating the small ruler there. Very simply, very simply. How to make notes? This is what I'm making notes for you. Just note it down into a page and the notes are done. You don't need to know anything else. More or less, this is what you have to do. Done. If you don't have a question and if everything made sense, and do give me a thumbs up before you leave if everything did make sense, or just say yes sir it did, so that I understand that this is the first class you are following. These are technical things. It will become better as we go forward. If it does, thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow, same time. Thank you for your patience. I hope the method is working, the teaching methodology is generally working, and everything is making sense. I have the task of removing, Calicut is 1513, of removing the fear of history, and I hope that I have started on the good path of doing that. Thank you. See you tomorrow, same time. Have a very productive day, and please do take care. Bye-bye. See you. 1515 is Homer's. See, 1515 is Homer's Strait, Calicut 1513. Yes? Great. Nikita, that's a okayish portrayal. Not fully true, but okayish portrayal. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye. See you. You didn't need to write the theory, just revise this timeline. That's it. Fortress is fort. Fort. Aarti. See you. Bye-bye.